Hello, everybody. Continuing work on Rogo here. Rogo is my test server for writing and serving interactive courses based on test first philosophy, as it says. As you can see, it's a little bit broken at the moment. I have gone through and made some changes that I talked about at the end of the last stream. So I basically made this diagram where I mapped out the database, and I have now translated that into SQL. That is now living in directory called SQL and in the init.sql file or SQL file. And in the process of that, I removed some explicit IDs that I had previously generated in PyCharm. PyCharm has a little database editor and generated some primary keys for me that SQLite provides as an anonymous row ID. So that seems to have broken. Clicking on the list of challenges. So let's work on that. So if I the actual database, everything is now under a rogo directory, and the actual website is in this app.py file. And oops, I'm sorry. I believe if the whole point of having two of these projects was if I use the one that's on my website, then it will automatically upload everything to the site. So I have a separate project that remembers all the foreign machine remote host upload save. All right, so in fact, I will over here for just a second and hide this, and hopefully we'll see things change as we. Okay, so my goal is to fix this bug right here. So this was in list challenges and list challenges data. So if I go into app.py and there was a keyword, oh, it doesn't matter. There's something I wanted to see in handy for jumping to different parts of it. But you can also just search. So if I want to search for list challenges data, there we go. And we just need to change this to say row ID. And I believe if I hit save, then it should say, yep, it found the change, reloading. And then if I refresh this, actually I didn't need to refresh this, I just need to hit challenges and I have a list of challenges. There are no challenges in the database anymore. But there's no bug here. So it's just there are no challenges. Maybe we say something there aren't any. There are going to be some, so let's not worry about that for now. Maybe I'll make a note. Do something when there are no challenges. Put a note or something. Put a note for something on an empty server where there are no challenges. Something like saying you could load them with import. Okay, so how do you do this? You say .vn bin active source activate, and now you're in that virtual environment, and we can say rogo import. Well, what do we want to do? All right, so let me just back up a little bit. The goal is to really work through this workflow here. So we need to run rogo login, and we need to store a token that we get back. Right now we're just fetching it. We need to move this to the bottom. This is an open question. We need to initialize a directory. So then we'll say rogo init, and that will create a .rogo file. And in order to do that, or when we do that, that will then talk to the server and say, show me all the courses that are available to me. And then once we choose one, that will send a message to the server saying actually create a playthrough, an attempt. So the word is attempt here. Attempt is a user creates an attempt for a particular challenge, which choose a challenge from looking at the server. So this is actually the API here that returns HTML. Returns a chunk of HTML that is currently blank. So we load this to the chunk without. Nice little formatting here. Something I tend to, so that it formats it nicely. Okay, so but we need to be able to select a challenge, which we can do without knowing much of anything, but we have to have a thing. So there actually has to be a rogo import, and that's the client side workflow. This is the client side workflow. That's the server side workflow, but I've probably broken that. So let's see what happens if we try this. Let's see. So if we say rogo import, and that is in find grab or find.name.org, the rogo test plan.org. So say rogo import rogo test plan.org. So that's some data that is just sitting there. But when we run the import, what do we really want to do? First of all, I guess we want to commit this file. Shoot. Fix list challenge data. Okay. I guess that wasn't terribly descriptive, but when we import, we're talking to the driver here, and we're going to do import. What is that? Let's start from challenges where name equals whatever, and do we still have challenges? So main tables, challenges, columns. I've changed the schema, so I just want to make sure everything should work. Name, title, URL. I believe this is all the same. Name, title, URL, yeah. And then import the tests into test. Yeah, there's all the new tables. Name, head, body, I lines, and O lines. So this. So sorry, I'm thinking here. So the issue that I'm looking at has to do with this file right here at the top. I think we want to change this to like host or something. Host or maybe server. Code.com. From this is the server is this is the top level server, and then this is the name of the thing, right? So we're going to put this here, and then in the code, the issue is that the server is now an object here, and so I want to separate this URL from this thing. I think the URL is just going to go away, and it's going to be replaced by the server ID. I don't think we need a URL. I think the name is sufficient. Like the name will be a very short name, and that'll just be the unique identifier on that server. It says URL on name is a text unique, title is that, and then the URL goes away because we have a server ID which provides a URL. So it doesn't actually hurt anything. And at some point I'll have to start making migrations for this. Well, the idea is to work through this workflow, get everything nice and smooth. All right, so title, name, and server are going to be the things that we import. So we're going to go into this name, and the server is going to be looked up in another table. So, and what we do, right in the driver, the command line interface, we're going to say oh wait, is that unique? Does that say it's unique? That's not right. Because the unique thing is the combination of those two things. So SQLite unique constraint. Is that what's actual? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's it. Oh, you don't have to say constraint. You don't have to give it a name. You say unique SID name, which I prefer. I prefer that to be anonymous. Okay. Now also, you have to turn this on at runtime. So driver.py. How about Python SQLite issue pragma? How do you issue a pragma? Oh, you just do that. I see. You just do current or execute. Okay. So then when we create the execute db query, begin, px execute pragma, which is pragma foreign keys. SQLite for pragmas. Just puts the foreign keys on. Pragma foreign keys is on. All right. So every time we get one of those things, we'll do that, and I think we can even say commit. We'll actually say dbc equals begin. That, and then turn the left. Should be none. Oh, that. And so now, as long as I'm using this interface, everything will. Okay. Now, so I say sid equals db.query select row ID from servers where URL equals. Oh, so the importer actually has to have something. Hold on. Org test itself. Is used. It is. Right. So we probably should remove that. Let me go to myself to clean up org test.py, remove old test description, and use new one. But all the way up here, what I need to do is I need to update the model. So I guess it can have a URL. Well, how about server? We'll just leave that as a string. Don't need to. Right. Right. So sid equals select row ID from servers. This would be the walrus operator here. What's wrong with that? And there is no URL. But then in org test, we still have to, so where it says URL, we need to say server. And c.server. And then .url. Is there any other? Yeah, right here. So we need all three of those things. Self state equals 0. Once we get all three of those things. Title, server, name. In any order. Okay. So all that's been propagated. So we should be able to say rogo now, rogo import, and then rogo testplan.org. List not supported. I think you need to have a tuple here. Do import driver. And this should be no, sorry. Let me put the comma here. Oh, no, that's not right. That's not the issue at all. The issue is not then sid equals, yes, exactly. Equals the row ID from the first line. Challenges referencing servers. I believe there is a server, right? The whole point is that it is in the database. So we found one, and then now we have a SID. SID is SID. It is one, yes, okay. Insert into challenges, SID name title, values, one, name, title. it doesn't know where to find the rogo.stb. Okay, so where is rogo.stb? No, it knows where to find it. It's right here. Local directory. Because it found it. It name value. So what did I do? Did I screw up the order of the? The name title, Sid, C name, C title. I feel like I'm doing something dumb here because that's schema. Used to be a SID. All right, I still have the extra URL column here. Servers. I don't understand what's different. I just ran this command. Is it maybe it's a string here? Into title 2? Wait, hang on. The difference is right. Okay, that. What is wrong with that? Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing. My head's in the way. Oh, sorry. My head. Oh, you cannot make a, you can't do this with the row ID? Okay. I didn't know that, but okay. Weird. In that case, we will just make an explicit ID on each one of these things. Integer primary key auto. I think that's the right phrase for SQLite. Integer primary key. I'm looking to see if you have to say auto increment. Maybe I should search for auto increment. Increment. Yeah, so you don't need auto increment. I thought so. You just integer primary key. And then we'll say servers.id. I don't know why you can't just do that with the row ID. But why don't you just say it without the name? Yeah, you can. You can reference the following key. So you don't have to say row ID at all. You can just say, so if you put something there, then it has to do something. But row ID is not a, okay, so references servers. I think this is, I like this, but you know, references users, right? That's, like it sure looks like it allows that in the syntax highlighting. Let's see what this says. try this. Save all that. And we will rm rogo.std. And yeah. And then instead, yeah, read echo read dot read rogo SQL init dot sql through SQLite 3. Probably should be a command just to generate this for us. SQLite 3 rogo.std. All right, that regenerated the database. Now right, so we have an empty list of challenges. And when we say import, why is that not in the, what? I need to RL wrap this. RL wrap 3 rogo.std. Okay. Seems like that's already taken care of for me. I don't know where all this. Okay, well, let's go ahead and in servers, let's put the ID integer primary key. URL name info values. Okay, so having an explicit ID does the trick. That's what I've always done in the past, and so I just didn't think you had to do that. So, okay, well, now we know. All right. I thought okay. This does not really need an ID. This could be the primary key. Right. Save that. Rebuild the database. And now rogo import. Rogo import rogotestplan.org. Okay. Doesn't have a row ID because that does not exist. So now we just say ID. Everywhere we had a row ID where ID is something else. Last row ID is actually the proper thing. and rogo imported with 2 tests. So now when I go here, I refresh, I should see rogo self-test, and I should see there are 2 tests in this job. All right, everything's good. All right, so we have repaired GS. Right, so GD rogo database.py. Get at rogo driver. GD rogo model. GD rogo org test. GD rogo SQL init SQL. I'm going to commit this one explicitly. Init.sql explicit primary key IDs. Git commit-m. So revamp rogo import after schema changes. All right. All good. Now we go somewhere else. We'll just make a temperature. And we'll say rogo init. I almost want to add like a command like rogo who am I? So far, like the database is pretty much the same, but like you would think there'd be different things inside of it. I guess maybe in other words, the user, there's going to be many users on the server, and there should be just one user on the local machine. When you say log in, you would get a token for that. Well, first, can I say, let's back up, rogo login. Okay. I was already logged in, so it just authorized me. We get back this token. So this needs to be saved in the database in the process of running rogo login. What we really want to do is like db query what do I really want? I want to find. Well, I was going to say, like, am I already logged in? Let's just log in first, and then we'll set up the data, and then we can check whether we're logged in after that. So really what we want to do is we've got this JWT. And the question is, like, what? So we need to actually import. We're going to say jwtlib parse. JWK from bytes. No, I'm not a J. I don't want a key. I want. Oh, it's a JWT, right? You take one of these things. I don't think we need this. I think we just say JWT. See what happens. I think that's going to print out a dictionary. This should all be automated. I'm already logged in. I don't have to press a key or anything. Oh. But the JSON web token is not what I wanted, because it actually returned the pre thing with it. So the app here, they get JWT. Auth JWT. It returns a thing called a token. We just want this. So save that to update the server. There we go. An RSK key is required. I don't think that's true. I think if we say in the driver here, do verify equals false. And I'm going to do like a security pass. So make a note. Do login doesn't yet verify the JWT. Do verify. Although I'm not sure. I think we need like a public key at least. I think so. Somehow you have to get the public key from the server, or I don't really know. Okay, so that is my UID. So sid equals db get server ID. Doesn't exist yet. No, that's perfect. Thanks for the Copilot. I'll just reuse this. This server is UID and email. So I don't really need the email. What do I need? Well, a username, right? And there is no, I'm not getting a username. UID should return, so login should return a username, which means that we need username. Auth system. But that does not yet exist, so when you create an account, you got to be able to create a user. What are we going to say here? So for now, db I have a server, I have an ID. Now I want to get an auth ID. So the auth ID is going to be this UID thing, which right now is called UID. Commit insert into users. Is that right? Auth ID username. EML is what it's called right now, and then this is UID. Have real usernames. Okay. F who am I? Do who am I? Self arg. If return, and if rows length of rows greater than 1, right? Length of rows is greater than 1, print multiple users found. This is probably a server. Hopefully a server environment. If I say rogo, who am I? So rm rogo.std, and we have to do that same trick. So .read device or resource busy. Why is it busy? The database open somewhere? I don't have a server running though. I'm just thinking it's the IDE is keeping that open, but I could have sworn this was not a problem for me. Oh, maybe I have to hit that button. It had like a little green dot next to it. Now we can remove it. So now we have a database. We open it again. It should have all the next. This should update. Yeah, that turns green. Purple. Yeah, I got to work out the right place to put this file. Not found in the database. Rogo.tangent. Oh, it's not because it doesn't have a / in it. That is being found by, first of all, the test plan. So we need it with the server. So the does it have to have a / at the end? Because now I think my code is expecting, look under client, we're expecting / at the end. Yeah, let's add that. Okay. Sorry. SQLite 3 rogo.std. It's always looking in the current directory. That's wrong. It needs to find it in the correct spot. But I don't know what that spot is. Copy of the database. Running multiple copies around. Okay, and so what do I want to do? Let me say tables, right? All right, so what is my goal? My goal is to see what happened in there. So select star from servers, we should have one row. Select star from users, we have one user. What? That's not my code. Probably we want to track a timestamp on when the user joined too, just so we know. But this would be on the server. I think that works. we go, and that's my dates. Fascinating. Okay, next. All these little login pages. Okay, so it did give me a. Uh, that's not. There's no support for daytime. Data type is out. Okay, so we can actually just say that current time. So it's a string, and we'll do the string. Okay. You don't need that pre-token thing. I think I'm wasting time now. There we go. All right. Now you know what day I recorded this. Watching this future. 1/12/2024. Okay. So what are we done? We have but we don't actually have a token. Let's say users you, and then tokens t where u id equals whatever, and t uid equals u id. Is that in Python? You can. I was gonna say you can have multiple strings. You just put them next to each other. That's a concatenation up. Not logged in. Right, I'm not logged in. Even though it said login, I didn't save a token. I didn't save this token. We need the actual token. SID and username should be unique. Okay, and then once we're logged in, then when we log in, now we need to also get the populate the token table. I don't know why I like having the timestamp up here. Okay, so let's remove that, reload it. We want to populate this as soon as we log in. So as soon as we say rogo login, we should now. We can say, oh right. So the point of that was that I can now say replace into. I guess that also. I think we need two constraints in there. We need the that's interesting. Not just that the SID and username are unique, but that the SID and the auth ID are unique. I don't know. And then when we log in, right, because it's not that implies that the triple is unique, but this is so each pair has to be unique. And then we can say replace into. And then when we get, because commit has the master ID, so now and then we're going to save a token. So db.commit insert into tokens JWT values UID JWT. We really want to call this, like, we want to get like one user, right? Okay, so rogo login. Oh, not null constraint token.ts. I'm going to say datetime. The SQLite doesn't actually have types. Datetime not default current. Login. Oh, we've got a token. And now to get the token, we have to find out, we expect one token, one user for one server. So make that work, we're going to say select. And, you know, I can just use the database here. Console. Because I have two databases. I have two copies of the data. Yeah, I really got to fix this. Whatever. Put it over here. Select star from tokens. Tokens T, users U, and servers S, where T.UID equals U.ID and U.SID equals S.ID and S.server, S.URL. That's not gonna write. It's gonna be I don't know why I can't edit there. All right, so yeah, this is what I want, and I need to make sure that this query gives me back one user. So when I say who am I, that's what I want. Really, the client is going to do it. Right? The client is going to say def who am I self. db dot have it port the database as db. From dot import database as db. Okay. And db query SURL is equal to question mark self.url and yeah, it return res if not server environment, not server errors, it's server environment. The server environment. I'm offering multiple tokens now. This is a server database. Right, but then who am I is going to be the result of in driver.py who is equal to self client who am I, or actually try this, except lookup error as e, print e, return. Else print 2. Did it try else? What is it? It does have an else. We don't need that though. Print f log in as who if who else log in. Oh, we don't want the token, we want the client. What we really want is u dot username. Oh, it was giving me a lookup error because it looked it up in there and it couldn't find the Or if I say log in again now? I'll go log in again, what happens? So in here, what we need to do is do the same who am I thing. What's wrong with this? What's it mad about? It wants it to be static, right? But it is not a static method, so why is it complaining? Too many blank lines? Oh my goodness. What's this one? Maybe static. Okay, so this is static method. That's what we want. Okay. I don't think we need this. I think if we take this out, we'll go shell. That doesn't seem to do much of anything. Okay. All right, so now we can say if self client who am I and already logged in, if who already logged in as, and then self client URL. Yes, I did mean client. Already logged into rogo tangent code. Okay, so that way it tells me what server I'm talking to. Okay. So I think I'm done with rogo login, right? This seems to be everything I need, right? We done. So we can put that as part of. Yep. Our token from login. All right. I'm going to get rid of the thing that prints out token. And so let's do that. Oh, that wasn't it. GD client.py. That was client.py. No, that was git add git driver. That was driver.py. So at rogo login git rogo make rogo login store the token. Rogo logins have rogo login store token. Add rogo who am I? And actually, let's put the current user. Okay. I was gonna make sure there was a little command here. Say rogo help. Rogo. If you just say rogo, it shows you the available commands. Kind of nice. Okay. So next up, now we want to say rogo init. Yeah, okay, so that's oh, I still have things open here. Okay. I'm just gonna ignore that for now. I'm not gonna create another one for now. CD temp. So rogo login, we're already logged in. Rogo who am I? Maybe we should also say the server, but I think that's fine because you're not going to specify what, maybe where am I with. Okay. Mad about this one. Mini blank line. Function name should be lowercase. Add that. Requirement is library. Rogo who am I? Logged in as Michael Watt. Okay. Okay, well, now what? Now we say rogo init. What does rogo init do? Rogo init creates the current directory. It creates, got to create this .rogo file. Here's what I'm thinking. But what I was going to maybe let me think this through. I want to replace challenge URL with an attempt ID. I want this to be attempt, and then this will be some long random string. I mean, it'd be a hex string. Okay, so the issue is that this is tied to a user, and then your repo is out there on the public, and then if someone sees it, they're going to say rogo log in or whatever, and it's going to change that rogo file. But that's fine. If you fork the repo and you're changing it, then you're doing a different playthrough. Um, so probably a .rogo file should probably, well, no, you want it checked in because you want it checked in because you want the uh, the server at some point is going to. Well, I was going to say it's going to look at your directory and it wants to run the file. Right? Is that true? Like, I mean, I'm imagining a future world where the server has like virtual machines or containers that spin up and run your code. I guess I'm wondering if I need to separate these two things because like this is, if that's the case, is it gonna look in your GitHub repository or is it just gonna look in generate this file for you when it spins up the container? I think maybe in that future world, maybe I just have targets on the machine. So maybe you never need to check this in unless you want to tell other people how to run your code. Right, and then if you wanted to run oh, okay. So let's say an unauthenticated user acquire, you put you're running through a course that is private, right? That you have to pay for. If you put this up there on the web, you don't want other people to log in, and they're not going to be able to do that without your token anyway. So they're going to have to send the token every time they talk to the server. Okay, that's easy enough. They won't be able to run the test without having the token that is associated with this attempt. So what happens if they log in themselves and then they say rogo setup and change the attempt? Oh, they would have to be an owner of the course. Like you're always, whatever you make with the course, you're going to be able to share it freely with other people, even if they're not. It's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. But the actual validation test suite is going to be on the server, and that might be private. Like you might have the test cases and game that you played to that all that content is mine is private, right? Some of it, some of them will be free, but some of them will be courses you have to pay for. Right. So just if someone else wanted to do that, then they would fork the repository and they would change that thing. And like, what's the point of doing that? Why would you care to do that? You wanted to validate, like you have to have access to the test. You have to purchase that, and then you're free to have as many attempts as you want. So if you wanted to just run someone else's code and see why it wasn't working, like you're helping somebody out, you would fork or clone their repository on your local machine, make a new attempt, delete the attempt. But if you didn't have the test cases, then you would just ask for help. The user would just ask for help and say, "Hey, I want help, but I can't." And then they'd say, "Oh, I can't see your test cases, but what are you trying to do, and then you can just describe it to them. And okay, so I think bottom line is this is valuable information to have, and this is like this is not private information. And if you're in a repo that's doing this, like I don't know, like you know, is somebody going to follow the test and build something that isn't something that I'm producing? So if you wanted to like, I guess I'm just trying to think if the tests are like, if there's any reason whatsoever to not put this in a file, and I think it's okay. I think it's okay to have that user specific, because this is, see, the idea, you know, this is a user specific thing. This is a person. This is specific not just to a particular run of this game, and then for anyone else, it's completely this. Is useful outside of the context of running the tests, because it tells you how, it tells rogo how to run the thing. And you could have a situation where you are not logged in, you're using somebody else's code, you don't have access to the tests. So again, but you download somebody's LearnTris, and there's going to be a command that's called like rogo share, and rogo share will run your code, run this target on your local machine, but it will run a web server that is running that thing, and then you can, you know, do things with it. So it allows you to put like a front end on something. So if you have the Godot front end, you can download anybody's implementation, or you could download the reference implementation of LearnTris and make your own front end for it. And maybe that might be a set of lessons, right? How to write a client for this thing. And now you can plug in different it makes more sense with chess, right? Like chess is, you have different chess clients and play different chess games that all use the same protocol. It's very common to have like decouple the front end from the, you know, the engine with chess. LearnTris, it doesn't really make much sense, but you could use it to try someone else's LearnTris implementation. And so to do that, you have to know how to run invoke their program. And I think that's what this needs. And likewise, there could be more than one target. So I think this information is valuable. This information is not valuable to anyone except the person who runs the repository, but doesn't hurt anybody. If you fork someone's repository, you could change this, and if you make a pull request, well, you just got to ignore that change, or you shouldn't commit a change to that someone else. But the other solution would be that I can think of would be to have like two .rogo files, .rogo, you know, and then like two separate files. Or you could have like I don't know. We could. I don't think this is an issue at all. I don't think this raises an issue that we can't solve. And if we do need to solve it someday in the future, if it does raise an issue, I don't know. Something's bugging me about it, but I can't put it into words. And like, I guess it's just annoying that like this is user specific and this is something that might be shared information. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I guess that does raise the question, like, what if What if you could share an attempt between multiple users, and that way multiple people could pair program on a thing? The change there would be that the attempt would be tied to multiple users. Allow, so maybe that's something that I'll think about. Allow multiple users to share an attempt. I think that works. I think that idea works. It would require a database change, but I think that solves all the problems that I was feeling. Like you say, here's my attempt, and I want to grant you access to it. Now you can run my tests, provided you also have access to those tests. I think that's fine. I think that solves every problem, and I might have to change the database some point in the future, which would make user attempt many to many. But I think there would be one primary relationship, which is like the owner of the attempt, and then there would be like helpers. We could just do it by adding an extra table. Via extra table. Adding one new table. One user is still on. Okay. Okay, so then we need to select the test. So we don't need this anymore. So again, okay, we do have a rogo. So what should happen here is when we say rogo init, is to do rogo init. Okay, so and we are everything's committed except for the rogo file. I'm gonna that will be part of this current commit, I guess. But this would be my attempt. So I would have to write in it. This is my own attempt, pass my own tests on my own server. Right. And then I share that with you, and you get a .rogo file, and you can say, well, what it would be good for is if you can say this, you know, the intent is that we're gonna record the get ID. The get reference, the hash from your version control repository. And this thing will say that this version control system is, or this hash is blessed. Right? As in it passed the tests. And that would be done by the progress, right? Because the progress table stores the version control reference. Then you could pass in a hash and you say, I'm looking at a repository. This is the hash, and here's the attempt number. Did it pass the test or not? And then you could look that up in the progress table. And you only get this no, it's not true. I was gonna say like this provides some certification that you're completed the test, but it really doesn't, because the tests. This is not like a certification service. I'm not offering any kind of certification service. It doesn't matter. I don't need to look at this. I don't even think about this. Don't need to do anything about it. Moving on. Rogo init. What it should do is you should look at the server. Still valid? Well, it doesn't matter because this message is going away. Whether that message is valid or not. But it is, but it is. But we don't want that. Okay, so in the driver, when we say rogo init, now it might be static. And we can get rid of the word self. Here we are. Rogo init. So self client list challenges self. Print for C in print C. First of all, we say if os path exists.rogo. Already initialized return. Nice. Right. Print available, say challenges available from, and we're going to put in self client URL. Self client URL. Challenges available from rogo.engine.com. Did you need to log in first? I don't think so. Yes, you will, because you get an auth ID, you need to log in. So if not client, who am I? If not client, who am I? Please log in first. That's it. Self client. And then challenges available. What's wrong with that word? Available from self client URL. Listing challenges. So how about listing challenges? And so what are the names? We have C name. And C title, like that. That's because we don't need num tests, right? So we can change on the server. It doesn't matter how many tests there are. There's no reason why that should be part of the. But probably we do want to. How do you say from JSON? I like that from JSON idea. From data. I think data class gives us a. My Python. Click on data class. So we'll say like f is equal to k and then dk for k in keys. I don't even need to do that. Build a data class from a dictionary that may contain other keys. if K and D may contain extra or missing keys. I think that should work. All right, so where do I use that? I use that in the client. Yeah, so challenge and then from dict. Okay, I guess I didn't need to do that. I could just run it. And what is it I'm trying to run? Rogo init. All right, so let's print. I guess I want to do the same kind of thing here. And then we don't need this. Enter the name of the challenge you want to work. We really say args equals arg split or flex it. Okay, so that I don't want to hit this twice. CS and then we'll return. We have to say like self.cs. Self result. Because if you return something from this, if it evaluates the true, we're gonna have this. So we need to like have some kind of like result. Self result is equal to none for passing data between commands. Yeah. Calling command. Yeah, between commands. Okay. What's wrong with that? Oh, right, because it doesn't actually return that. Sorry, using myself. So we're gonna, in this do challenges thing, we're gonna store this data as data, print it out nicely. Now we have the thing. So because this is a remote call to the server, we're talking to the server here. Client is talking across HTTP to the server. Get the list of challenges, and then so now we have to look at app.py to see what list challenges data. Now we don't need a number of completely redundant, but it doesn't hurt anything to have it there. Do I want this to have an ID? Maybe it was not necessary to do this. Maybe this normalizing thing isn't necessary. I think we just return res JSON. Whatever it comes back. Whatever comes back, we get that. So that was kind of nice to have, but maybe I'll move that to a scratch file. You don't need this. It's a nice little piece of code, but at least not right now. What's wrong with this? Oh, because it's in double quotes. We were nesting quotes. It ended this. Okay. do challenges. Down here. Do challenges. Right. What am I trying to say? So now I want to say if so there is no rogo file. We are logged in, and now we're going to say how about if not arg, then self do challenges, else self result equals self client list challenges. How about if arg else, either way this sets, either way the following sets that result to result to list challenge list. Oh wait, this is not important. I was thinking I needed to do both of these things at once, but say oh no, hang on, because this is interactive. Yes, so we do want this. We do want this. This is like an interactive script. Read our input else select a enter name of challenge. Input right? Something like that. And now we're going to ask for a request. So now we have a, this is a mess. Now we have a valid challenge name on the server. So we have to initialize the attempt on both the remote and local databases. As an attempt. So self client attempt arg. And the attempt ID this. Self name. What do we want to do? We want to say creating, yeah, so this would create a new attempt. And it should give back an ID. Like that. Why don't I just call it AID, because that's what it's always called. Yeah. You can create as many of these as you want. But doing so will create the .ini file. Okay, so in the app, then we need a handler for this thing. App.route c name attempt methods equals post. And then we say def attempt name attempt challenge. That would be we're going to return AID is equal to db.commit insert into right, commit import. How about from import database as db, or do we say query db.query. Query. And we're going to say db.commit. Okay, and so now we're also whatever we do, we're also going to have to figure out how to get this token. In other words, so we're going to say UID equals extract token, probably async. Yes, because we have to get the request. Request cookie. Like court, right? Court request. Await record request. Request cookie. Yeah, extract. Find. Expect user ID. Expect ID. Find. Look up. Require login. Get UID from UID from cookie or something. UID from cookie. How to say get UID? Await get UID. Not then. Do that right. You have to do it like this too. Every one of these is parens. Oh, it's mad because of this. Async get UID, and then async def get UID. You're gonna get the JWT and then DB query select star from and to do probably cache this. Select star from select UID from tokens where JWT equals the JWT. And then, okay, so now we're going to get this UID. Actually, don't we have something in client or in database? I get server ID. DB select. On a server, you would only have your own information. What happens if you do this? What's the where's my Python? You say x equals, and then it's this thing. Not enough values to unpack. That value error. What's wrong with this? Oh, because it needs to be indented. If not, UID equals await. And then that is 403. Oh, annoying. Oh, we change this to UID from request. I have some idea where. All right, so now insert into attempts, and I believe attempts should have exactly 2 columns. Oh. We need to turn this into hide this. Um, So insert into attempts UID chid. This should be the chid ID. Chid. Date time not null default now. Current timestamp. Text not null. Null unique. I think they say unique not null. Done integer is defaulted to null. Is private is integer not null default 0. Date text not null default new. Init. How about build? Either build or change. Build or change. Lang is text. Can be null. Repo is text. So for now, we're just going to insert. Probably we should post more of this stuff. Insert into temp UID chid. Values. And then UID and chid. And this runs and it returns it in the AID and we get a challenge back. And we need a hash. And a name. Name text, and it can be anything. But that can come later too. But the hash is the unique ID that we need. Oh, but we don't want that ID. We want the hash. And so we don't care about this at all. And then the code. We'll call it a code. So the code where did I use something random in the app? A random key, right? Pre-key. So that's just a random string. I think there's a very large number. Base 30, base 26, I guess. 24. However many letters are in the alphabet. So, okay, so okay. Now we need to update both the server and the so we reinitialized that and So that typed. And we want to say robo login. Oh. Oh, my server died. Rogo login. Firebase. Now, rogo init. Oh, we don't have one. Okay, sorry. Rogo import. Rogo test.org. Okay. And now we want rogo. Oh, sorry, challenge rogo not found. Okay. Not in self result. Because it's actually the list of things, so we're going to say not in we have to do the same thing. We have to do the who UID equals self client who am I. So we're going to return an ID and a username. Then wherever this is referenced, okay, let's do that again. All right, go to the third one. Init. So now we'll say capture that. Who is equal to this. Fourth one. Oh. But then we'll say who ID. And then in the app, We can do this a little bit differently now. We can say, oh, first of all, we have to insert if not exists. This is painful, right? This insert if not exists. That's why you use an object relational map group. Insert into insert or ignore. Yeah. We say db commit insert or ignore This is tedious. This is so tedious. All right, so SID, what is SID? SID equals, yep. And then C and we'll do all this stuff. So there we go. So now we've given a name to that thing. 0. SID, so now we have a SID, we have a C name, and then that give me a row ID? Unique SID name, yeah. I would say insert or replace, because then that way we could update the title. Okay, didn't change the syntax out there. That is valid SQLite syntax. Insert or replace into now we have the CHID. All right, so yep, that's right. Because this is always going to be a new thing, and the code is bad because the code does not exist. Okay. And now in the model, instead of a challenge URL, we need to have what we called a attempt. And we'll say, I'm going to build this and then dump this to a file. Challenge in the client. Config. Okay, from model import config. Create a new config. Attempt equals code. Is the AID. Def to JSON self. Data equals attempt, self attempt, and then data target. The model is slightly different. The model does not fully express the all the things it can be. And so we have attempt is this, and then we're going to have targets equals a list. That list contains, no, it's a dictionary. Targets contains main, and then this contains list args, yes, self-program args, and shell. Again, this object needs to be broken down later. Okay. Attempt, self-attempt, targets. Return JSON dump data. Okay, I think that works. Can't target. And so this will be empty. Default target. So it'll say my program in there. Default. Yeah. Okay. So this should say, this should be replaced with, you know, like .my program. And then you'll have to edit this by hand for now. I'm okay with that. The important part was getting this. Eventually you'll be able to. That'll be some string. Okay. And then, so we'll say print initialized please edit .rogo to explain to print edit.rogo to configure how to run your project. How to run your project. Project initialized. That's pretty. And run rogo test. Run the first. Should it have fetched the first test by now? Probably. All right, so we should be able to say rogo init. Rogo. Oh, what happened here? Probably the server didn't understand that yet. Object immutable multi-dict cannot be used in await expression. You don't have to await these. A reference. What is this? Where's the Where's the request? Port.request. This is what I want. Wrappers. So it's court wrappers up here for some reason. I guess the packages are listed first. Okay. So request. Does not contain cookies. Okay, so maybe we just post the data. We just post the JWT in the thing. Okay, so I didn't actually do this. So on the server, cookie I did port request dot form. If not form, not j is equal to raise value error. No. Apparently this has to be in friends. Is that true? Yes, it does. There always seems to be two mistakes when I do that. All right, so if not, then raise lookup error, and if then we're going to return j. JWT equals j. If not r, not unrecognized t, then return the UI. And then in the client, somehow we have to get the current JWT. Just like this, t.jwt. Yep. And pass in the JWT. So now the driver, the app gets the JWT from request by looking at the JWT, and then I think that works. Loaded. So rogo in it. Okay. So res JSON AID expecting value line 1. Okay, so this failed. Okay, so I think I wiped out this database because it shows there's nothing there. You'll go log in. Logged in. I guess it never, maybe login never saves the data. Probably what I did wrong. Like 3, so I have both of this stuff here, but I'm not saving it on the other side. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so db insert into db commit insert into what? Well, first of all, db commit replace into users. ID is ID. We don't need ID. Auth ID is going to be the access token. No, it's actually going to be ACC sub. And the username is going to be ACC email. For now. And also to do use real username. Insert into. Oh no. Right, this isn't like the right place to do this, but do right because we have to actually create a user login, like a creation system, right? So I haven't even I haven't done this at all. But this is I can just stick it in here for now. Move user. Okay, so db commit insert into what? So move this to, so we're going to replace into it if it doesn't exist. And now, auth success. Now we have an access token. Insert into tokens. And then the values would be UID and JWT. Move this to a real sign-up, process. And now, after all that's done, now tell the listening client, handler client. All right. So all of that should now allow me to, there is no log out. This, wipe out the dictionary. See. Kernel server error. Okay, I have an error because execute at most 2 arguments, got 3. Post off success. Right. Now, at most 2 arguments, got 3. There's an error here. Okay. Now, equal at 3. Okay. Now, rogo init. Having here, select ID from challenges where name equals name. That it needs to be in a list. And what is the name of that function? attempt challenge. This needs to be wrapped in brackets. Oh, DB select is not correct. Query. Again. Actually, I think we say rogo. Skip that part, yeah. So incorrect number of bindings supplied. The current statement. Attempt challenge on line 76. One is failing. Oh, yeah, we need 3 things. And the code is the random string. Type dict is not supported in parameter 2. Again, I'm not saying did. And then we say row equals rows, row ID. All right, and then select star from attempts. We have 1 attempt. And cat.rogo. Okay, that's a weird way of formatting it, but rogo init rogo should say rogue already initialized. Okay. We don't yet have an attempt here, so we will. Don't know what that is going to be. Ignore.temp. Where's my rogo? Leave that empty. No. Rogo J rogo. What do we do here? Bunch of stuff having to do with app record tokens and ready on off. G client.py. Model config to JSON. What am I doing here? I am cleaning up the attempt state. This is clunky. I'm gonna have to clean this up. Trying to get something. Basically, this implemented in it and got rogo in it. Okay, so we've got rogo in it working. Don't actually fetch the first test from the server, so that's probably address to the attempt with the server. I think that's done. I'm going to make this a new thing. So it does register the attempt with the server. Collect metadata about the attempt. For metadata about the attempt. What language are they using? Give a name to this playthrough. Check for .get. Ask whether click in rogo init. I think all of this, most of this is done. And this part can go all the way down to the bottom. Right. And then this is done. This doesn't really bubble up. All right, so rogo init. That probably should go under here. This can go all the way down at the bottom. We don't need to change. You can just change the config file. Rogo init sets it up for you. I just like open. Oh, it's right here. But how do I just state? No. I just open a file. Like jump to navigate. Shift N. A static method that does not need an argument. Okay, so if you're seeing this message when you try to run rogo.py means rogo can't find your code. Your first step is to write a console mode program, one that does absolutely nothing, and tell rogo where to find it. So I gotta update this code here. Next. I believe this is in runner.py, so a runner. Rogo can't find your code. This is not really the doc string for this. Rogo cannot find your code. Can you do that? Rogo test. Yes. Pass to your program arguments. So user help still points to learn Tris with you. Update user help for runner. Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess you don't need the first test. The first test is really just that you can run the program, right? Because there are no tests here. And the very first test of every of LearnTris is, well, right now the test is that it handles the Q command, but Q command is going away because what it really should handle is the end of input, so an empty input. Equal i3 rogo dot. Do I not even have one? Oh, this is like. There are no tests, right? Rogo status. Okay, Rogo. That's on my list. Status is who you are. We can at least do Rogo. Who am I? Hmm. Wait, what happened? Why did Rogo test work a minute ago? I don't know what the difference. Oh, because it said use, because I was in the in rogo itself, and it okay, yeah, right. So there it said use shell equals true. Here it should say yeah, and because it said use shell equals true, that overrode the check for the existence of my program. We got a little further. Whereas here, okay, so load config on runner.pop. So in runner. Challenge URL. Okay. Okay, so now I can't find my program. And if we put a program there, that work? I don't think it actually works. Right. But even this is going to fail. Okay, so first of all, so first fetch challenge. First of all, there is no config challenge URL. And this does not exist, so let's add it. Database. The challenge from attempt. ID string. Fetch challenge row is chid. Yes, that's right. Perfect. Yes, and that's my problem. All right, so I think in the model, I'm just gonna. This is one of the reasons I set up that little thing before, but I'm just gonna say I. Doesn't hurt to have an ID here. That does not have a config. Config is from a file, doesn't have an unexpected keyword argument SIG. Okay, rogo test. All tests passed. All right, so we've got to the point. Why? It doesn't actually try and run it. All 0 tests pass. Okay, so all 0 tests pass. Just writing a note to myself. You know, I removed the thing that said num tests because it was a query, but I think we actually do want a number of tests stored in the server. Because they're going to be tests that you don't know about. We're fetching one test at a time. And you should only have tests on your machine that you believe are tests, right? You know, that you know about. You shouldn't. That's kind of a hack. For rogo test, use the new attempt code. Happened to the screen there. Okay. 4 o'clock. This is already almost a 4-hour stream. I don't think we want to do this. I don't think we want to test the. I don't think we want to do this because the very first thing you're going to do before you have any tests whatsoever is that you should be able to run But we're not even testing that it's. Like the very first test is always going to be that you connect the server, or you connect Rogo up to a client to your program, and your program should run. But who says that? Does it? Do you want that on? I mean, that should be on the screen. You're gonna have your browser up. The first thing you do is you go to your browser and you log into the site, and it says, okay, here are some challenges. I want to take this challenge. Okay, so paste this command into your directory. Create your directory, create your GitHub site or whatever you need to do, and then rogo init the name of the or rogo login, rogo init the name of the challenge. And then you want to create an empty file, but that should be your first test. But it's not. Is it a test? Is it? Should every test have to say that, or should we just establish that we can run the thing? Because I imagine that in the future, you'll pick a language to run, and then we'll generate an environment for you, and you'll just get an empty. We'll give you the hello world the hello empty program that does nothing, and we should be able to test that you can run it, and whatever argument you give it, it produces no output, and it produces a 0 return code. So it exits without an error. There's no output. That's your first test. That's going to be true of every single thing, and I think that should be just part of the protocol. That maybe we could just call it test 0, and that would be the first test. But maybe it's fine. So okay, so I guess maybe we just initialize the first test. It doesn't matter whether it comes from the server or not. Like I guess every time you do it, you're gonna have to go through the same process anyway. So I guess the question is, do you get one test for free? Right, because you don't want to say one test passed when you haven't done anything. This is minor stuff, but it's like user experience and player experience, right? Because one is a player of this game. I don't think you get. It's like getting an achievement for just opening the door. You want to earn it. So you don't get an achievement for turning on the game. You don't get a point um for something it sets up for you. Set it up yourself. That's one thing. So ensure that we can run that rogo test exits cleanly. With 0 tests. This is all just about setup. Now maybe you should get a reward. It's a question of whether you set it up or not. Whether you set it up yourself, you had to go through the effort to figure this out and how to get everything hooked up. There should be a reward, but oh, good question. I don't know the answer. I guess this is a design decision again for player experience. That's a different level of thinking. Maybe there's a different command, rogo check. That I think is that makes more sense. So okay. So rogo check. So no, I like that. Let's add a new function called rogo check that should run your program and expect no input or output. And exit, and it should run your program expecting no output and error and 0 exit code and exit 0. That I think makes sense. And then rogo init should tell you to run rogo check. Nope. And run rogo check. Make sure rogo can run your program. And we'll say static method def do check arg, no arg. It's the same thing. Like the same logic has to be there. Runner check. Maybe this is where I finally clean up that file. Let's actually load up the structure of this file. This is a little messy. I wonder if there's even a diagram. You somewhere here there's a diagram. diagrams. Go diagrams. Diagrams do we have? That is not useful. What I really wanted to see was a call graph. Doesn't matter. Okay, so load config, file not found, find target. So I guess I did another try except all right, so we should first of all we should have something called get config. How about override config? Get big get custom config. Return, yeah, possibly overridden by command line arg. So let's see, that's config. Return CFG. Yeah, get custom config. Like this probably happens on every. Where do we go to run test? Big program test. Run test config program. Config program arg config use shell, and the test is going to be an empty test. That's a check. Test.name equals check test.body equals test.head equals rogo check test.body equals you should goal is to get the goal here. We should be able to run rogo testing that rogo can run your program. Rogo needs to be able to run your program. Please make sure your program is marked as executable. The program exists, and that it produces no output and run with no argument. No, that's not it. Output. By default, it produces no output and returns exit code 0. And we run this test. That's error. So we need to do that for run test. Try. Nice. Couldn't run program my program. Not a valid win. So, and if we remove my program, rogo check, program not found, my program, okay. And now when we touch my program, couldn't run program is not a valid win30. Right. And which echo? This is still going to say it's not a. Because it doesn't say, oh, it does. And then at the end of rogo check, we want to say, it ran without error, so test. And if we're still here, try. And we're going to extract this as unexpected. Now, instead of on, let's pass. Instead of on unexpected error, we'll do handle unexpected error. You can move up in the file a little bit. And this is redundant. We can just say, now we can just take this and then else handle unexpected error, and then this is the handler. Handle unexpected. Okay. So GD but before we do that, it should tell you a rogo ran your test successfully. Except else print rogo ran And here, if all tests passed, print. Continue refactoring, or type you can when you can. This is a good if you want to clean up your code, or let's say when you're this is a good time to commit your changes. This may be a good time to commit your changes. Commit your changes, print. When you are done, if you are ready to, like, so if you are ready, no, what do I want to say? Like, this is also good. This is a good. It may also be a good time. You may also want to clean up your to spend some time with, now that all the tests are spend some time refactoring or optimizing. And when you are ready to start adding the next feature, print run rogo next. When you're ready, how about run rogo next to start work on the next feature. Improving your code. That covers refactoring or optimization. When you're ready, run rogo next to start work on the next. Ready, use rogo next to start work on the next feature. Syntax rogo next. So I guess next comes before test. So really what this should do is double check that all tests pass and repo is clean. Fetch the next test from the server. Show the message. So show the description of the test. Print to do rogo next. Okay, I have no idea. I think I kind of have a feeling this is kind of like bad television. Does it actually check exit code of 0? I'll put that in a double check that we're actually testing the exit code. Doesn't matter. This is all about workflow right now. So rogo next explicitly fetch the next batch of tests. The batch of test things is interesting because that's the idea would be that you're going to fetch like a main test and then like a cluster of little helpers. You don't want to have to type next each time, right? And so basically figure out what the next thing is. You're going to download a whole cluster of little tests. I think I need to have like a step and an order ID, like like, or like an order, like a two phase like step thing. Like one is what order are they in, which I believe is already the case, right? Maybe it's not. Maybe I didn't even do this. So if we look at the SQL tests, oh, so we don't have an order for these things. So there needs to be an order. How about integer not null? Substep integer sub. So a step is an integer and a sub is how about group is an integer and ord is an integer. Group of tests, order within group. One feature. Yeah, I guess I was thinking that I was thinking that or I was just trying to think to myself why does it still work if I don't have an order, because SQL is like orderless, but the SQLite is not order. It's not set based. It's I mean it is based on the concept. SQL in general is based on the concept of a set, but SQLite has an inherent order, and if you just it'll show you the test in insert order. So I was relying on that, but I was also fetching all of them. So if there are any tests in the database, it runs all of them in sequence based on whatever. All right, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't run in any order. Maybe the order is not guaranteed right now, but it needs to order by this. The group of tests, right? And then the order within the group is going to be 0 by default. And then you need out of the way. Yeah, that triple needs to be unique. Which is going to break the import command because it'll force me to increment these numbers or to provide these numbers. And right now, there's no concept of nesting in the parser. I think it's fair to say it's only ever going to be 2 levels. Because you're going to fetch, it's one feature and you're just going to fetch a bunch of tests once. Then when you say next, you move. Oh, hello. Thank you. I'm going to come down in a minute. I've been at this for like 4 hours. Thank you. Okay. break. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. And let me just make a little note for what I'm gonna do next. So batch of tests. Probably I'm gonna have to multiple test passes. What do I want to say? I want to say date rogo import. I guess really this goes over here. Rogo import. And what do I want to say with rogo import? Fix rogo import or update rogo import to support to handle group ord. Group is a batch of tests to fetch at once from rogo next, and order is the sequence. If there is only one in the sequence, it's just number 0. In the group, it's just ord. That's possibly, this is of testing the group. Normally, but we can use the concept to have follow up tests that handle details. So in other words, the main test will give you the idea, and then there's some extra tests that will like just double check and like fill in the gaps, and make sure you handle edge cases and that kind of thing. And I guess the integer primary key. I do need to think about what to do when the test changes. If the test changes, what when test changes, we can't break all the progress. So we have to preserve the IDs. I think probably just add new tests. In the group. This is really more of an issue with like the workflow right now is you're importing in from an org file, but if the org file, if you want to redo that, like I almost need to switch to a database editor, or I need to put all the primary keys in the these IDs on the individual steps so they don't get lost. Like maybe name should be like a unique code or something. I don't know. I'll have to think about that a little. All right, I'm done for today, for at least for now. Thank you for watching. I don't know if anyone really is watching this, but I imagine in the future, maybe if this ever becomes popular, somebody want to come how it works. Talking to you. Anyway, yeah, thanks for watching. I will